Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
Hey, f*** you, man!
Their life to
Psyop!
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Aha! I did it! I did it! And now I can jump out the window to my freedom! Alright, maybe I will, you bastard. That is extra content.
From the moment we fade in until the moment I say,
Fuck you!
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
So boring.
Stanley was happy.
Well, he's happy. So
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
what an absolutely riveting job, by the way. It just tells you what buttons to press and you press them. My God. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yes, that's got to be the answer. Let's have a gander. A little explore.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Or did he?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
He did!
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
Well,
Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Well, I've seen worse employee lounges. I mean, you know, it's quite spacious. It's certainly roomy. Got some comfy chairs.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
I am not that bad, alright? I know Stanley might be a bit socially awkward, but it's not that bad. This is not, I'm
Stanley
not the
sat
reason
around
everyone's
waiting
gone.
for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
But wait for more dialogue, he did.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Or did he?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Hey, look, mate. Listen, don't tell me what to do.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Her? Well,
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Wherever she might be.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I will. Hello.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
Hey, fuck
they
you,
commit
man.
Their life to you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside.
God.
Let me show you what's really going on here.
Asshole! All right, well, maybe I will. All right, maybe I will, you bastard.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee. Plus V on your keyboard. All right?
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Please press J.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button.
That's how the game works.
He's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Please press P. You know what? Maybe I won't. Maybe I'm a free thinker. Yeah, what now? Just you and me, Mr. AI narrator, Mr. Program narrator. Let's see who can win the waiting game. I lose.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Press Y to watch TV. Maybe I will.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press Z to spend some time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
My God. And apologies if I'm missing chats, guys. I'm currently getting ripped on by this asshole. You know what, mate? I'm gonna make some dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Well, you know what? Let's see what my kids think of this.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Press G to tell your wife that you love her. I do. Wait, I can't. Oh, I can't look closer. I want to see the boobs.
But there is no answer.
No!
How could there possibly be? In
My
reality,
wife.
all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Press K to go to sleep. You know what? Fuck this.
And I'm trying to tell him this. that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Press M to be at work in the morning. You know what? Behold my free will. Behold my freedom of choice. There's nothing that you can do to me, Mr. Narrator. It's just me, a biological organism trying to outweight an unthinking machine. Surely I will win this endurance contest. I lose.
You see? Can he just not hear me?
Oh, I wanted to see something happen.
In a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself. How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press X to question nothing. Good.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Behold! Behold! Look, chat. I can't die. I am immortal. Looks like we're gonna have to do it differently.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You know what? Perhaps I will follow instructions. Let's see what's here.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let's see what this says. Using everyone is unique. You, most of all. Alright? Number of slides on this slide. There's charts, there's slides, and then there's charts and slides. Oh my god. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. There's charts, there's number of slides. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Oh, please no more charts. Stop. Stop. Boss Appreciation Minute. On your Boss Appreciation Minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Well, that's just great. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee, but more like yourself, but more inclined towards conflict, unless you're the kind of... What are your dreams of the future? Nature, success, metamorphosis, pollution, charts, mitosis, lunch. Lunch is pretty good. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition. And 3, don't get fired. How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passively aggressively on other coworkers, and then resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Synergize. Monetize free to play. Oh, fuck off. Get out of it. Get me out of here. Get me out of here.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Or did he?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Whoa.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared.
Welcome
it
in,
was
Amigo.
so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job.
We don't have a wife.
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Fuck.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Nailed it.
This is the story of a woman named Mariela.
A woman?
Mariela woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
I died!
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
As she should, alright? That's a crazy man. Damn, I got wrecked. Jesus, chat. I forgot how intense this game is, man. It's a very Hitchhiker's Guide. The Brits, when they want to be funny and mindfuck you with language and acting, they're just top tier. They lead the world in that. 434? Alright, let's check this out. Oh! I did it! I did it! Now I can jump out the window! To freedom! Freedom! Mouse is doing nothing either. Crouch? Oh, crouch. Aha! I did it! I did it! And now I can jump out the window to my freedom!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
My eyes are burning out.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes. Yes, it sucks. Get me out of here.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit.
No.
Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate.
But I might miss
I'm
something.
enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game.
But I might miss something.
Just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
That's not that bad.
There once was a man named Stanley.
God.
Who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly.
Body shame.
What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
Hey!
Which is why he is in this parable. And lives an existence quite terrible.
Not a great rhyme.
And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
None of those rhymed that well.
You too will become quite unbearable.
Alright. Alright, alright, you win. You win. You win. Fine. You win. Begin the game again. Confirm.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You know what? Don't tell me what to do.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
That's right.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
No, we will not be admiring this today. We're going right through.
This room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, he didn't. He went straight ahead, surging into adventure, a life of his own.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Ha! Follow this direction. Whee!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Well, I got a new ending. Alright, you know what? Look, I went out on my own terms, alright?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, he didn't.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Free thinking.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime.
I'm gonna
a
cut
work
you
of
off.
Art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Not yet. There's one other thing I want to do.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Listen, mate. You don't tell me what to do.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
What?
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yeah, fuck
Are you that
man.
convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes!
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
I don't believe that for
Let me
1
prove it.
second.
Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, all right.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
No, he didn't. He walked through the blue door.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Hey! What if I go backwards?
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well,
Yes.
don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yes.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yes.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work
yes.
with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
All right. Maybe we should go through not. No. Let's see. Let's see. This looks interesting. Let's go through this one.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Well, I think he's done a good job, so why don't we give him a 1?
A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Let's go through here. No, let's...
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
All right, let's be nice to him. Have a 5.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
That's it, I'm going out for cigarettes! Whee!
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
A man can do
Because if
two
it's the
things at
latter,
once.
Well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha!
No
What do you
way!
think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory?
Oh my
What is
God.
our motivation?
We just did
Well, it seems
Firewatch a
obvious
few
to
months
me
ago
that
as
you
well.
are meant
Holy
to play
shit.
as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps
That's
for some
amazing.
sort of twisted erotic purpose.
I would have
that
never
must
seen this coming
What
in a million
fascinating
years.
venture into the
Man.
experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about
They've
this game,
recreated it
Stanley.
so well.
And it seems
It's
there's
like,
even more.
looks
Come,
authentic.
let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
That is extra content. That is actually amazing. Wow. Wow. It looks so good. I don't know if they've recreated this in the Stanley Parable engine or if they've just put Stanley in this.
Oh, no, it can't be.
Yes, it can.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No!
Goodness, Stanley, what a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Welcome in, Angel.
Hey, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh, no. Oh, God, I'm in Rocket League!
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I loved Rocket League back
Okay,
in
so
the
what
day as well.
exactly do we do
Until
here?
everyone got
Let's
too good.
see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
America!
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Yes.
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Yes.
Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
Oh, gosh. All right. Let's play with our balls. Whee!
Are you enjoying this, Stanley?
Yes.
Are you having fun? Is this a real video game?
Yes.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
No!
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
All right. See you later, loser. You know what? I can make my own fun. My idea of fun is throwing myself into the abyss. Whee!
Hold on. What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion.
I was wrong.
That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Into the
Someone was
wild blue
following
yonder.
Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Now I'm nervous. He knows. No, he's messing with me. This is what he wants. This is what he wants.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
All right, he did.
Yet there was not a single person here
We already know this.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And yet he didn't decide to go down the stairs. He went up. He went up. Executive bathroom. Oh! Stanley went to the toilet. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. That's great. I like that one.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Except that he did know all this, and he pressed the wrong numbers.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
All right.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, what did he do?
See, it plays the game for you. Plays the game for you.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word Escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
No, he wouldn't. He would, become rich and famous and marry a supermodel.
Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
I'm alive. I'm alive!
As the machine whirled into
fuck
motion
you.
and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
No, there's got to be a way out of this.
Stanley.
There's got to be a way out of this. I can survive this.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Or did it? Or was I? I'm the architect of my own future.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
And I walked through the open door and into the white light.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
No, I wasn't. In the office at the very beginning. Stanley's computer. There's an office layout right there. Office computers. Ah! And there was Balatra on that one. Get fucked. No more computers for you. Freedom ending. I'm not going to spoil myself on that. Are you gay? From Dink Dunk. Subject, gay. To be fair, this is the sort of email we used to send to each other back in the day. So, yeah. You know, references. Art. Dear narrator, I appreciate the previous Stanley game. Oh, fuck. Will the Stanley Parable have infinite quests? Is it really going to let me go shopping? How do you make a JRPG? Let's see. Don't follow Square Enix. How do you make the worst game ever? Basically copy any modern FF. How is that game going? I hope it's as good or better than the first one. From a cool man. Thank you for the cool email. I'm a rock. What, do I look like Dwayne Johnson to you? Narrator emails. After the second trailer, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these for further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use of them. Here are a selection of those emails. What would you do if Stanley entered any other rooms? Not too bad a question. On the scale of Max Ernst to Salvador Dali, how surreal will this game be? Were you born with a magnificent voice, or did you bargain with a magician to receive it? Congratulations! In line with our previous announcement regarding the ongoing promotion here is the result. The attached file, open it carefully to see the full details of the result. Greetings, omnipotent voice. I just wanted to tell you that I like the Stanley Parable as much as I like seeing a humorously small badger in swim trunks. Dear Strongbad, how do you type with boxing gloves on? That's a really old reference. Hey, Mr. Narrator Guy, I have a question for yous, and it is, what is your message for today? Sincerely, Harris. P.S. I'm walking here. There's a skeleton inside of you. There are more skeletons in this world than humans. Oh, fuck, he's right. Am I Stanley? Are you spying on me? Why? How? I'm walking here. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient, and we would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting that to build that was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpret it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
No, that's not going to happen.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
All right, he did. This time he went for the full normal playthrough. After like 5 false endings.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
He cut off the narrator as he went to the next room.
His boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Or did he?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What's through here? Ah! A new room! That is absolutely horrible!
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Look,
that
man.
kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
No. Oh, God help. No, please. Not Enya. No, I can't take it anymore. Oh, God. It's like he knew. He knew.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
The mind control facility. Stanley decided it was time for the actual canon ending of the game, and he walked through the door. And then things happened.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
There was a button which he chose to press.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I can believe that. He stepped on the platform with a red flashing light.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
And then he walked into this room.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Mind control idle, awaiting input. Let's do this. Time to save the world. Time to turn off the system power.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
And so he turned it off because he wanted the canon ending.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command.
I won!
Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
Yeah, fuck those
For
guys.
it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was, perhaps, the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Nailed it. There's more endings I can unlock. More things I can discover.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No, this is as it should
When
be.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm going to go there, and I'm going to take that power for myself.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
I didn't even get to play the game. I didn't. I mean, look, he knew what I was going to do at that point. So it's just, removing some steps. Let's keep going back over here. Stanley had been through here before, but he went through it again. He wanted to see a new ending that he hadn't gotten before.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
And then he continued onwards to see a series of things he's already seen before.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
All right.
And as the cold reality of his
you.
past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Or would he turn evil and take all the power for himself?
Oh, Stanley. You didn't just activate the controls, did you? After
yes.
they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Yes.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave.
But power...
If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
Nuclear!
How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it.
Metal Gear.
Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means.
I'm gonna press some
barely know
buttons.
where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free.
What?
Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story.
number 4.
Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside.
Number
or
4,
I let
where's
it
number
burn
4?
to a crisp. I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
Get fucked.
My goodness.
I press 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so
think.
much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
What? I did it! I did the thing!
What's the matter, Stanley?
I pressed 1, 2, 3,
Is it
4,
that
5.
you have no idea
Unless
where
there's
you're
a 6.
going or what
Unless
you're
there's a
supposed
6.
to be doing right now?
And it might be down here
Or did
somewhere.
you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door.
Aha!
Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death.
Thank you.
You're only
Follow
still playing
Ninja
instead of
Panda.
watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first. So you...
No!
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's
the door
30
was
seconds
open!
you have left to struggle.
Uh-oh.
30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No
Oh
ending. Just you
no!
being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say,
Fuck you!
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
That's eerie. But I'm going to see what happens if I do this.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Yes.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No,
Yes.
no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
I smell an achievement.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Maybe I will.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
All right. I went the wrong way. No, I did not.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
Hey, fuck you, man.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Yes.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
How do I get on the desk?
Yes!
Aha!
This is great!
I
You're
did it!
putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Fuck you, man.
We've almost got it!
Yes.
Now the copy machine, do that one again!
All right, I'm going.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
I will. I'm doing it.
Yes! We did it!
I did it.
Oh,
I did
wow. That felt amazing.
Look at it.
Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Well, and that's the end of that. The end. All right. I've never seen this before.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Stanley walked into the lift, or as Americans say, the elevatrix.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go.
Yay.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
But I appreciate it.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious.
So
it's
crap.
as if Oh, okay.
It's
Let's
so
see the
shit.
content. Give me the content, Stanley.
It's so, like, deliberately just drab and dry.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh my god. Modern day mechanics. It feels weird when you can't jump in a game. You know what I mean? Even if a jump has absolutely no purpose or function at all, it feels wrong if you can't jump. It feels like something's missing. And this game understands that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No. No! No! I can't, no! I'm out of jumps! I can't jump anymore! No! Oh.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
I'm sure it's going to be absolutely riveting.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And
I
don't
know
get
something
me
about
started
that.
on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
And so we shall.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Well, why not? Something different about this playthrough. Let's have a gander. Let's have a look. I've never seen this before.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Well, what could possibly go wrong? Stanley went through the vent to see what lies beyond. There's coffee and there's a fan, and then there's something more.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oh my god. Wow, okay. Alright. Let's see. What is through the golden arches?
I call it the memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
That's great. That's great. Let's go through the memory zone and see what new content the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe has. And Stanley entered the door to see the new content.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something.
Oh, God.
Oh, the waste.
A trip down memory lane. Smile, because it happened. I like that. $1. Stanley Parable demonstration. See, okay. My God, that TV. Nominee. Game innovation. Deserved. Nominee. Debut game. Deserved. Nominee. Story. Deserved. Yeah, absolutely deserved on all fronts, I would say. New video game releasing today. Stanley Parable Deals Tough Choices by the Los Angeles Times. I say, what the Kupo, and he's dead.
Je suis dans la mémoire zone, seul sur la pluie des loups.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing.
I can't believe
it's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Don't read any reviews except this one. How do you review a game like the Stanley Parable? To describe any one part of it is to risk its ruination. To detail what it has to say about game design, the illusion of choice, and the psychology of gamer is to tell you too much. Comparisons, too, are going to be woefully inadequate. Perhaps its closest cousin would be Dear Esther. But where Dear Esther wastes the form of interactive entertainment, Stanley Parable uses and then subverts it. Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Even so, holding the game to the standards of any other title is simply not going to be correct. So how do you review what has become known as the Stanley Parable HD, the full-scale reimagining of one of the most intriguing mods available online? How do you discuss it, analyze it, and recommend it? It's quite simple. You don't. 10 out of 10. Flawless victory. Games rated 10 aren't perfect, since nothing is, but they come as close as you could get in any given genre. The new must-have game in its sector. We're talking pure ecstasy. Check out more reviews of the Destructoid score guide and also learn how to read.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I have always been someone who wants to go the wrong way. Sorry, let me do that again. I have always been someone who wants to go the wrong way first in games. When I sense that a game is trying to usher me down a particular path to get me to rush from left to right, or perhaps maybe charge straight ahead, I need to satisfy my instinct to go against the grain, to explore, to see what the designers have put back the other way. Sometimes I find a one-up or a collectible stashed away to reward me for my intrepid behavior. At other times, my explorations are rewarded only by the crushing disappointment of running up against an invisible wall, like modern Final Fantasy. Whatever I find or don't find, my action is a manifestation of my desire to exert some independence, to make my own choice within a system that severely limits my options and encourages certain specific behaviors. The Stanley Parable feels alive in its responsiveness to your choices and its desire to subvert your expectations and keep you on your toes. I think of the Stanley Parable as a sort of video game analogue for Charlie Kaufman and Spike Jonze's brilliant film Adaptation, starring Nicolas Cage, where he plays himself and his twin brother, which is actually a very good film. You should all see Adaptation if you haven't seen it, which gently mocks the ways in which so many films manipulate audiences with formulaic plot twists and situations in which characters learn huge life lessons, while simultaneously moving me with its formulaic plot twists and situations in which characters learn huge life lessons. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and in other systems too, like our workplaces and our families, and a game that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. Going the wrong way has never felt so right. 9 out of 10. Good, spectacularly funny, packed with meaningful choices that offer delightfully surprising results, simultaneously incredibly smart and wickedly entertaining. The bad? None. Of Stanley himself.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
What indeed? He said, as he explored the area.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Yes, surely! Surely we're going to find some lovely stellar reviews of this game from gamers. Let's go off.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
The fact they actually went to look for real reviews for this is so good. That's brilliant. That's amazing.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. To be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
That's the game, though.
A skip button?
That's the game!
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
All right.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth.
No,
until
stop, enough!
We all...
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly.
No, enough! Thank you!
So my... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first
affected
place.
it, though. One of you was saying Cookie 9 left a good review now.
On exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review.
Oh my God.
Merely because of this very situation.
Oh my God, and they
Yes,
did.
I think that's quite likely.
They did!
Or perhaps they'll simply grant this
Cookie
particular
edited his
user
review.
the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Has he written that, chat, on Steam? It's still a thumbs down, but he has it on his profile as his best review. Oh my God, that's so funny.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or some... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you
and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
Oh, God, it's like Black Mirror.
Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore.
Suck this vessel.
I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path.
Wait.
I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in.
Take
These
this
words
in.
that I'm saying. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time.
He doesn't seem happy.
I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my
Boring! No! No, not the chirp! Someone change the bloody smoke alarm! Change it! Oh God, this is horrible! No! Oh God, not the chirp! Okay, no. I'm gonna do it. I fixed it.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned. They screamed. They gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us.
He's gone crazy.
It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves.
Wow.
What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course.
This is so
been jealous
good.
of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity.
Now he's
They
going
cannot help
crazy.
But attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my,
Thank you,
how
Joe
good does it
Talley,
feel
for the
now to
Prime.
speak
I
truth to
appreciate
these
it.
words,
I appreciate
to
it. Thank
finally
you very
allow
much.
these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me.
Actually true.
Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down.
Well,
this, you can see, is clearly why they felt the
Can
need to
be.
expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point.
We've
it was meant to
looped.
speak
We've
to the
looped. We've
human
looped.
condition.
Joe Talley,
Where are the
appreciate that.
jokes? Where are the jokes? They
Autism,
learned. They
good dad.
screamed.
Gustav
They
is real.
gnashed their
Say it.
teeth and said,
You know what I think is real?
entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had...
Hello. I think he went insane.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
I think he's lost his mind.
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Are you alive? You there somewhere? Whoops. Kupo? I think the world is falling apart. Hello? I guess as time passed, the building eroded and fell apart? Oh my god, wow, wow! Okay, now we're in The Last of Us. Oh wow, oh no, wow, we full apocalypsed. Well, that's it folks, all the nature is dead. Life on Earth, as we know it, has ended. Let's see what happens if we press it one more time. And now we are in H.G. Wells' time machine. Let's see what happens if we press it one more time. Oh no! No! That button is all I have! No! No, I need the button! You can't take the button away from me! How do I plug it back in? I need it! I need the button! Oh, it's been my only friend for the last million years. I'll tell you what, chat. Whoops. Let us continue.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
New content. Perhaps I will.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, gorge! Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're here in the Stanley Parable 2. A sequel!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean?
I don't know what it means.
The Stanley Parable 2. Now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Taste the sequel. I wonder what's around here. Two Stanleys sitting next to each other at one
Now, to be
PC.
clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
It's fine.
Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
All right, I suppose it's time to have a chat with Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
And so I did.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim!
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
No! The infinite hole. Ooh.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yes.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
No! I want to go to the infinite hole. I want the infinite hole. It won't end! I want to see what's down here. The infinite hole chart. Science, infinity, there's more hole and falling. And it just keeps going. Oh, sweet. Oh,
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
No! I didn't mean to do it just yet!
Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now
Too
then,
soon.
Since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Is that getting smaller and smaller?
Now, I don't mean to be a
It is.
bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Don't tell me what to do. All right. If I
Okay,
want to...
Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay,
Ow!
Well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
Oh,
You
God, it
found me
hurts.
out, Stanley.
It
I'm a
hurts so
liar and a
much.
cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
False advertising, mate.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top.
That wasn't
of the
even
hole
2
and
minutes of
move on.
falling, mate.
I'll just be up here when you're ready.
That wasn't even 2 minutes of falling. You call that an infinite hole?
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Maybe he made it longer this time.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal.
Well,
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Ow!
Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yes.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Oh, all right.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
You know what? I have too. Oh no! I pressed the wrong button!
How could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep.
Your hole
even by
sucks,
the lax
bro.
overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley,
Thank
I
you for the
have
lurk,
no
Dad
explanation
Farm.
for the
Appreciate
uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Maybe I will.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Look at the mug.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
Oh, I can't
you
get
just
out.
do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Help! Help! I'm stuck! I'm stuck! I can't get out! Wait. Oh, no.
Is the,
No!
teleport button not working?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, yes.
Well, I mean,
I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
No!
Take care, Stanley.
No!
I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
No! I'm stuck in the hole and I don't have the mechanics to climb out. I know, help. DLC. Maybe I can pay $5. Maybe the mug can do something. Oh. Cigarettes! Maybe I can smoke some of these cigarettes. Maybe there's some tobacco left in them. Down we go, chat. Down we go. Descending further and further into the hole. F to change your perspective. F again. F again. My God, I'm a strange-looking person. F. One more time. Change your perception. Oh, that's cute. That's lovely. Oh, look at the wee puppies. I love it. I love this. Change yourself? Oh no. No, bring the puppies back! No! Yes! I like this. Let's change perception.
Stanley? Oh, good, you're awake.
No!
It seems you had sort of dozed off there.
The puppies!
Drifting away into dreamland.
No!
But you can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment.
Listen,
so
mate.
how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle pip.
Toodle pip. Oh my God. I'm back at the start. Thank you.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features. A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come
All right.
on, give it a try.
No. No.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact,
can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Why, thank you.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Oh, stop.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Well,
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I know they give out awards for anything these days, but that's taking it a bit too far. The mostly infinite hole. Fine.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Aha! What do you think, chat? You know what? I'm sick of all this. So I hope that you get well.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Hey, fuck you, man! How can you take away my choice? Happy 12th birthday to the
actually,
step-niece.
Maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Perhaps there's something down here that I have not already seen. A free achievement. It just works. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement, no more steps. See.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Or will it happen right now? Well, at least I've got my bucket. Surely there's got to be more content.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Up here. Hang on. That's new. I say we explore this exciting hole. Now let's see. The epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
What I went before. Collectibles! Ah, yes. Yes. Let's see if there's anything exciting in here.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh god, it was just this all long. Collect them all! We will not be doing that.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game, and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I'm
All
leaving.
right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yes.
Ready to move on now?
Well, I would have liked to see what was behind the settings door, but you made it too hard. You asked too much of me.
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Fuck you, man! Sounds like jealousy from a bucketless narrator.
That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Could be addicted to worse things.
Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yes, I remember the video. No, not again! No! Piss off! Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Oh. No! No! Mom! Get me another bucket! This is the real streamer. You gotta say hello to chat first. Oh, I fucking love that cat, mate. I fucking love that cat. I'm gonna go in here.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
I don't like the setting
it's
door.
not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Boo!
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Rubbish!
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
The Stanley Parable 2. Now with more budget. A true sequel. Behold the tunneling vision, the red tunnel with its red lighting. Welcome to 2025 as we surge into the new millennium with exciting new graphics, mechanics, and all kinds of bells and whistles that a new game doth make. Behold, as I press begin the game and see what happens.
This is
QR
the
code?
story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Balloons!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Balloons? Alright. Where's the new content?
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
What bucket? Wait.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yes! Oh, my bucket friend. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh god, I nearly missed it. It's alright, I've got the bucket! Chat, I've got the bucket. Ron saved.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
and entered the door on his left.
No, he didn't. He's a free thinker.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
See?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Indeed. The bucket was the new main character, the new narrator of the Stanley Parable. As he observed the paintings and all the beautiful chairs
Truly,
and...
being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Indeed, it was all the bucket. The excitement of this bucket.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Perhaps indeed. Perhaps this plastic...
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection. But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
And so they did not. They went the other way.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
And so he did. He went to the cargo lift with the bucket.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
All right, let's,
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley, once again, obeyed blindly.
Well, imagine thinking for yourself. You know, it's too hard. Let someone else do the thinking for you, even if it's a bucket.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
All right, why not? Who am I to deny the bucket?
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
There he is, my friend. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press O to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Or is it?
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Listen, mate. Don't you tell me what my bucket can and can't do. This bucket is all I have. That's right, Stanley. Don't listen to the loud man. Press B for us to go back home. I will.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
You're right, Consolo. Sounds like jealousy from a bucketless narrator. Press C, you fucking minge, to ignore anyone in your life except me, the bucket.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore.
From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press X to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Indeed. I gotta say, the apartment has been upgraded ever since we got the bucket. Let's see what else it's capable of. Press V to relive this same day with me over and over. Why not?
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Why indeed. Press O to go home to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
No. He's gonna take my bucket. No! That's my jizz bucket! Oh gosh, did I say jizz? A bit of a Freudian slip.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No!
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No!
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. What is story, Mark?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That's a very clever mechanic. You take the bucket, then all the endings are going to be different. Whereas if you still haven't explored all the base endings, then you don't take it. All right, now that's a mechanic.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
And this time, he did.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
There's one or two base endings I think I can get that I haven't done yet. But I want to see where this bucket leads first. I think the bucket's pretty important. Is that a broom closet? Oh! How did I miss this?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
What?
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
I never
I know
will.
how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
Well, that part's
I
true.
never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Fuck you, broom closet! This is my bucket! It's my jizz bucket! This is my friend! Who talks to me?
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Aha!
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Take that. This bucket is now the property of Stanley. No one jizzes in this
I've got
bucket.
a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see?
Aha!
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
At least we won't forget what it is now. I think.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I agree. Fuck the broom closet. It's rubbish in here. Besides, I've got my stickers and I've got my witty dialogue and my voice acting. I think we're done. I think we're finished with this rubbish room. Fuck you. I'll take my sticker bucket and leave.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
No, he didn't. He went downstairs like a free thinker.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
This is the same ending.
He looked down at the bucket in his arms.
No, it's
not. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
No!
And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Then
Come to me, Stanley.
It's the wrong bucket.
Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariela. Mariela woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
a bucketless
Right
man.
away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariela thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this.
there were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Just don't animate any of that at all. Well, I think there's an important lesson there, chat, which is never lose your bucket. Hang on. This is different than before.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
It's a different beginning.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
This time he actually did.
Now, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
And this time he actually did. The real bucket was the friends we'd made along the way, like the One Piece, which we one day will find out what it is. And then he went to the toilet, like a real man.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
You think
can't
I care
buy
about
that sort of
rewards?
happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Oh, that's new. Brilliant work. I got the feeling, money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. Oh, God. Right. Stanley took a shit in the bucket and he poured it in the toilet. Then he went back to the boss's office where all kinds of exciting things would be found.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
That's awesome,
Stanley
man.
just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
I'm yawning!
Trying
I'm
to
yawning,
input
stop it!
anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
But he did know that that was the combination. Come say hello to chat, Billy. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are new to the stream, this is the real streamer. And he wants to hop onto his cat bed, but Billy, you gotta say hello to chat first. No. Help! He's trying to escape. Come on, Billy. Come say hi to chat. Alright, chat, here comes the famous Billy smile. I fucking love that cat, mate. I fucking love that cat. I've got the bucket.
2845. But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
That sounds horrible.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
See? With the bucket, anything's possible. With the new endless possibilities. He then pressed the button, and then he wondered what kind of dialogue or how things would be influenced with the bucket in his hands instead.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
And then he got back to the game.
No!
No!
He screamed into the bucket.
No, not the
He couldn't
bucket!
accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
At times I'm thinking, like, are they just doing the same line but just inserting a bucket in there somewhere? But then, like, they always kind of add to it. It doesn't feel cheap or lazy, even though it actually just kind of is. As he walked forward to a button he was going to press. Which one he was going to press, chat didn't know. And
when at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
But then, in a shocking twist of events, he decided that he would not turn off the power, and instead turn it on and take it all for himself. In another playthrough, this time he pressed off.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
And then
Yes,
Jota followed.
they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
Wait.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped?
Hang on.
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Uh-oh. Let's do something different this time.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket. Except he didn't. Because there was an ending he did not get in the first base playthrough before he discovered the bucket. He
When
continued.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Nope,
he
wrong.
entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Or did he?
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly love.
Well, I mean, it was quite a room, if there was any room to fall in love with.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Now, we haven't ever gone through this door on the entire playthrough. And it's time to find out what happens when you do.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Yes, he walked straight ahead to this. Whatever this might be. Whatever interesting possibilities could be at the end of this elevator and this button. I'm sorry, it's a British game, this lift. Behold! New choices and possibilities have been opened up. And a loading screen appeared.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
I guess it is.
Oh, no.
No.
No, it's to the right, my mistake.
Hey, fuck you, man! Okay, alright. Well, I guess it's to the right after all.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Wait, is he rustling through the script?
No, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Right! We finally found the way, and then off we went on the way to see where it all leads.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
But I've been here before. It's fine.
We just
fine.
have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Wait! Hey! Hey, I was watching that!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
No!
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No! No, I need the bucket! No! Oh, God, how do I get it back? How do I get the bucket back? Oh, no, I didn't think that... Oh, no, it should have been here forever. Oh, I've changed it by getting that ending.
When Stanley... Wait,
You're
what?
right.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change?
We haven't
Stanley,
ended that run.
Did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago.
Thank you, Crystal.
I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Let us find it indeed. This way, to the left. And see what is in this room. And what a room it is. As we ended up... back where we started. Just what I've always wanted. So I went to the door on my right. And through here, we found the real ending, which was through this door.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Yes, why not? Let's start it again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Why not? It's a free country. And so Stanley turned around and went back through the door to see what else could lie behind him, or beneath him, or, oh God, and the coffee was spilt, but so has the story, so it's all fine. Back to the beginning,
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
And so
No,
the
wait,
story...
Never mind, not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
And so they did. And there they found... Oh, shit.
Now this...
Whoops.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
I did it! I won!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
Yes, I did.
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Wait. There we go! Ah, see? See?
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Yeah, problem solved. We won't get off the beaten path this time, as long as we follow the line. Let's see where the line goes. The line goes... Oh! It goes this way. Leads around
You
here
see,
and
the
box.
line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
To destiny!
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Following the line. What's happening? What is this horrible song? It's so loud. So loud. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Stop the music. Stop it. Stop that music. I can't take it anymore. I can't take this horrible song. Oh, God, help me. Ugh. God. Financial records. Oh, God. Get me out of here.
Wait,
please.
cut the music.
Thank
Go
you.
back and look at that fern. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line,
No!
you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story?
Oh, I'm back where we
Is any of this
started.
ringing a bell?
Sorry for missing some chats, guys. I'm currently getting destroyed by this. Perhaps this way is where I should go. Yes, this is a new one.
Oh, no,
Oh,
not
fuck!
again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Well, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
All right, let's do this.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
I
We're
agree.
Intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Why not indeed? After all, we've never been through this door. We've clicked on it for an achievement, but nothing else.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Well, I suppose the story of a...
No, not you again.
Oh.
Stanley.
Oh, no.
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role
no.
in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Looks like the line has invaded our playthrough once again. But all right, let's see where it goes. Let's see where it goes then. Let's see where this line leads. Get out of my game, you silly sausage. Can't even stay on the... Yes, get out of here. Can't even stay on the ground.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic.
All right, I'm going
Come,
right.
Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Aha! Aha! I couldn't open the doors. But the door has been opened for me. And let us enter.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Will something happen indeed?
Okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now.
Well, this journey
we'll find out, won't we?
sucks.
Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Ah! Gosh. Well, looks like we restarted again and are back in the game.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Perhaps I should check my PC again.
No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Well, I want another bucket ending.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
And this time he actually did. trust the completionist instinct. Small floating objects have appeared across the orifice. There are no questions. How can you tell if you've spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took pictures of them? Follow the clues. We can do it. Red room. Mad season. That's right, the bucket is here. To keep us safe. Thank you and good luck. Mission status. A large room full of boxes, stairs, they go on, forever they go on and on and on, as Prompto would say in Final Fantasy 15, and something blue and red. I see. Let us continue.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
And so he did.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Stanley went down the elevator, but this time he had a cunning plan.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
And so they did. Not. And instead they went this way, for a new and exciting and riveting ending that had never been seen before.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
But it was fine, because the bucket would help
out. The door
out.
behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
And yet, they didn't. Because the bucket offered him...
Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
But the bucket would surely influence the outcome this time.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
No.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
But the bucket...
This is what Stanley thought to himself.
The bucket!
And he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
We can lodge it!
Farewell, Stanley.
No! The bucket! It's gonna change everything!
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
No! Not the bucket! Or did it? Or did it? Because here I am, alive, with a bucket in hand.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
And indeed it was, for it unlocked a brand new ending and a new recipe. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you have learned out here with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness? Well, we all know the answer to that. The last one.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
No. Because I'm looking at a painting called 25 Buckets, a photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. There's actually more than 25 here, alright. I think that, got some serious criticisms of this painting, or at least the titling of it. A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. The Inferno Bucket, a replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one after another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it, the simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. The stress bucket, an analogy, presented without commentary. There's the worrying, your negative forecasting, your negative thinking, your lack of reassurance. The vulnerability, size, and strength of the bucket, the stress equals the level of water in the bucket, and then the coping strategy holes, throughout which you get the rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy, and rest and relaxation. Oh my Jesus Christ. Cave drawings. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Now what's up here?
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between buckets and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket might be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, for our own good. No, mate. Don't tell me what to do. But then again, it's so alluring, the way that it just hangs there, so temptingly. What's that? You want me to take you? But the narrator's watching, and my chat's watching. It's all right. You know what? I believe you. No one will ever find out. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, hanging bucket. Here I come. No. Oh. Ah! I actually thought I was going to fall down that hole and die, but this is so much better. I can take you for myself. Oh, oh!
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine.
No!
Don't reset the game.
No!
Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Not the bucket! Because that's not how the game is supposed to begin after all. And Stanley exited into a brand new room.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And yet, he could go nowhere without his bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Except that he didn't.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
And so he did. Not.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
And onto the cargo lift he went. Oh no! Whoops! Oh, my foot slipped!
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Monty Python, Terry Pratchett, Hitchhiker's Guide. It's like you can tell all their influences in there.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Okay, alright. Well.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Almost didn't pick it up that time. Right. On another grand bucket-like adventure.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Lol. Or
This
did
was
he?
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I'm gonna go in the secret room.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride
I
the lift all the
see.
way to
You
the
can-
top.
you can get
There's
up
something
there.
up there I need you to do.
You can get that
Stanley
secret
did
door.
not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Uh-oh. Is this a bucket?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
This is quite
okay,
the sequel.
Let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Fuck you, man! That was... What?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Hang on.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
I'm so good at this.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Trick question. Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's
lied
an
to
enormous
me
machine
before.
that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible.
It
Let's
could
just
have been.
move on to the next
Okay,
one.
it could have been. It could have been. All right. Anything is possible in this game.
Is this a bucket?
All right. Let's see where you're going with this. No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Fuck you, man. No explanation. Dickhead.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
How? Why? Hang on.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yeah, no.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here.
Did you see
of
that,
course it isn't
boys?
a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think?
Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Of course no.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out.
So am I.
I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No. No. No! No! I need my bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God,
I wonder how many times
idea.
they've said the word bucket
How
in
could-
this game.
Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Everything was made of a bucket after all, apparently.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
It's time to leave this cruel world and to take this bucket with me. I'm doing it. I'm gone.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began
God,
to tell
this is so
Stanley of
bright.
its
I'm
life
sorry,
and its
chat,
history,
this is
of the
really
countless
bright.
wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations
What?
as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
Fair.
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Before we continue, I just want to raise a glass of Johnny Walker Black to you, Chad. This is really, really fun, guys. I'm actually, like, loving the Stanley Parable right now. Question.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
And he did not take the bucket this time because he hasn't even seen this particular ending is going for without it. And the room.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, he didn't.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Which was this direction. Wait, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get the thing. I'm gonna.
Okay, I'm going back
Yes!
to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Stanley had now
I do
gotten
it for
himself so
free.
far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So the office had begun.
Stop it! So that's who you are.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling.
Hey,
It must be
sometimes it's
so
good.
simple to be you. Life
Hey, man.
being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do.
I'm gonna use that from now on.
Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Listen, mate.
A good bucket. A strong bucket. A humble bucket. A committed bucket. A bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
We're getting a new
Was
ending. New ending.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, he didn't.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
No! Shut up, Bucket! I'm going back to that ending I had before, except this time, you're with me. So, fuck you. Ending, please. New ending, please.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
No. No. Not the monetization.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. Fuck. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I'll say it again.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But this time he decided to juke the boss's door. Without the bucket.
When Stanley came to
he'd
a
never
set
done
of
that
two
before.
open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Appreciate it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, so I'm going to jam myself in the doorway.
Here's the door, just...
LOL! I broke the game. Now back to my office? What? I've never heard of this ending in my entire life. Okay, this is completely new to me. Uh-oh. Oh, shh. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go into completely uncharted territory. You are now leaving. I am. Escape pod launch bay. Escape. That was kind of a shit ending. All right.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
How do I...
Stepping...
Ah! I was worried I would get fucked on the other side. And Stanley turned around and went back to get the ending he'd always wanted, but never knew he needed. Right, Stanley went back to his office with the bucket and decided to see what the real ending was. And so he did. We'll see where this ending leads. Aha! We've made it to the escape pod. Let's go. Okay, I've got the bucket this time. It's gonna change it. We're gonna get the real ending. It will happen. You're gonna die, Stanley. That was a terrible ending. That was horrible. And now the real end. Jump
The
down.
meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
No! 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 Mom! Get me another bucket! I have nothing without this bucket. No! Alright, Chut. I guess we're gonna have to see what life is like without the comfort security bucket. Okay,
When
now
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
it's alright, we'll see the real ending now. What life is like without the bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I feel like I should go through there.
Here's the door, just go.
I will.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
And he did exactly as he was told this time, unlike every other time.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers.
Yes, thank you,
the
thank you.
lives of so
Thank
many
you, we all know this.
individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I don't think I've succeeded.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do.
Boring! But he skipped the ending, and he started the game again so that he could see the thing he really wanted to see. Which was, not the bucket, fuck off. It was the ending without the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Not today. No time to admire it.
It was okay.
Yes, it was, but it was time.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Or did he, as he went into a completely different room?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Or perhaps he wanted to be fired.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Shut up!
But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Fuck you!
Really?
Yes.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yes.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why,
Yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Oh, yes?
Let me prove it. Let me prove. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines.
Behold.
Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
You went from someone with none of the things who now has all of the things.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No, he did, yes, because he went through the blue door last time. So this time, we go through the red door. Or do we? Yes, we do.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Behold!
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
It's beautiful. Just beautiful. Life, the universe, the cosmos, the multiverse. Just kidding. Piss off, Nomura. The colors, the rainbows, the stars, the eternal blackness of space that goes on and on forever. We are made of stardust, and it is through us that the universe witnesses itself and appreciates its true glory. All right, I'm bored. Let's go into this room instead. Goodbye.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Well, that's just a risk I'm willing to take. And Stanley walked up the stairs to new and exciting possibilities for his future and all things that could happen in this game.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Listen, you
Please, Stanley,
bastard!
think about what you're doing.
Listen, you bastard! You've had the reins of my life from the start. Well, it's time for me to take the reins back. Whee!
No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Oh, all right. After 5 more attempts. Whee! Time to go up the stairs.
No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
I'll tell you why I'm doing this, you bastard. Because I've had it up to here with your witty narration and your turn of phrase and your cunning witticisms. Off I go!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
No, I'm going up these stairs to more exciting adventures of me jumping off the stairs.
Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Yes. Miracle!
Rock, flag, and eagle!
Whee!
Oh maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all.
All right, narrator. Look, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of, you know, we've had a few laughs. We've had a bucket of laughs, as you might say. My little joke. But all good things must come to an end, and it's time for me to end my life in Minecraft and in this game. Goodbye. Whee!
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
I feel really bad about that one. I don't know what else to do in this game now.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
It's a really depressing way to look at things. I'm going to tackle things on my own, and I don't even need the bucket. Because there's one thing I think I can do.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
And he did. He did go to the door to his left. Because there was something he hadn't yet done. Something that neither he nor his viewers, the viewers of Sebbywebz, had even seen. Ah, yes. What a fantastic figure. But we already know to find them. Because he hadn't gone into the broom closet without the bucket. And this time, he did.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Or did he?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
FA? Do you mean fuck all? Well, maybe I can interact with the tape or the wrench or...
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yes.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Listen, mate. I'm not ready to come out of the closet. Or this closet either. Oh, God! Now everyone knows!
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Yes. I wonder who in chat could have been saying those exact words.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Hey, fuck you, man!
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I mean, you know, could be addicted to worse things. At least he's having a good time.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right.
But I only play turn-based.
Just step out into the hallway.
Yeah, I have seen a streamer sit here for literally 40 minutes, waiting for more dialogue to come. That never comes. I know for a fact it never comes. So everyone who talked about the broom closet ending, fuck you. I'm out of here.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Hey, fuck you, man. Uh-oh. Hang on. I think my internet is actually fucked right now.
Just kidding.
Oh! How is internet now? Question mark. And let us continue. Under the stairs.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Or did he?
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
I've got
This
it.
is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Well, what's even the point of living? You know, now that I've collected them all. Other than begin the game again. Because there's one thing I haven't done. There's one last ending I haven't gotten. And I'm going to get it right now. I'm going to do it.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
No!
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Back to memory lane, ladies and gentlemen. Off we go. To exciting times. To the real ending of the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition. Gosh, well, that wasn't there the first time. And thank you, Darlene. Let's see what's down the stairs.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Let us see. Oh! Well. 7 out of 6. Seems like you can't believe everything that you see in games after all. Now let's see what's over here. A room. Not the room starring Tommy Wiseau, but a room nonetheless.
Oh, hi, Mark.
As I looked at the Persian carpet. And then a doorway. A hallway.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
You know what? You're in a mundane and unremarkable way. Now let us have a look at this. Hey, that's not how numbers work. Now that's new. Let's see what lies beyond this doorway.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
The warehouse, I think.
No. The warehouse was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If the warehouse feels like the third place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
Look, you bastard, I've been playing your goddamn game for 7.5 hours. Of course it'll blaze together. Thank you for the 9 out of 6. You know what? I'll go back to the officers, to the boss's room. Fuck you. I'm gonna make my own adventure. Now let us go!
Let's see. What came next?
Well, that's a new area.
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
No, it didn't. Let's pick this up. 10 out of 6? Come on, mate.
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
The blue screen with the white text. Oh, God. Oh, this kind of video should be illegal. This is... Oh, this is horrible. Oh, God. This is the kind of video that felt old in like 2010, man. It was the Foundation, Jules. It was. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Oh, piss off. Got it. I know which door to go through. Let's say the blue door. Oh, fuck you, man! What? The illusion of choice right here. It's like voting.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here, under the stairs. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Well, and on that note, he picked up the final figurine. 12 out of 6. Then he went up the stairs to an absolutely riveting conclusion of the game. He believed.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
What the hell am I looking at?
No, the Memory Zone.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
And so we did. And so we did the thing that he said.
Okay, yes, that spot under the stairs. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
All right. Okay. Are we seriously just doing this all in reverse? Asshole. Narrator, you're being a real asshole,
And
mate.
here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yes, I remember the video. No, not again! No! Piss off! Stop it!
Yes, I love that video.
I didn't! Get out! Get me the fuck out of here! They're hitting me with a bloody 2006 video again. Now let's go back to this area we've never seen before.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Indeed. Solid indeed. Very, very Kojima of you. Yes, bravo! Bravo! Very Metal Gear Solid.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Yes, exactly. Next one indeed. Now off we go, back to the exciting realm of whatever this is, and we shall continue. But what if we went the wrong way? Oh fuck, it's all blocked off. Oh fine. I'll go back on your path, you bastard, and I'll see exactly what riveting adventures and excitement you've prepared for me. Through the door I go.
This was our
to the toilet.
Vaguely. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
And go I did. After another exciting room, all the way I came before, back to this thing.
The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
And what comes after?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
That is actually a very interesting commentary. Like, I wasn't having fun at the time, but now that I look back on it, it actually was fun. Gosh, if only it was always the past, right now. And off I went to see what other adventures there were here.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Let's go this way. Oh, fuck you! Illusion of a choice, once again. Back to the office.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
But now I can turn off the game and restart it? Because the game did say that I could do such a thing. Let's see what happens if I quit and reopen it. Developed by Crows. Written by Davey Wreden. Please enter the current time. I entered a funny time. 4:20 p.m. Your favorite time of day, you absolute drug addict. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you love setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 4:20 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 4:20 p.m.? All right, we'll have to be completely honest. And by that, I mean dishonest. Accurate. Can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you'd like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders that I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. It shouldn't be too hard. Yes, let me whip up a couple of new ones. Should be ready the next time you boot up the game. And boot up the game he did, as he closed, went back to his Steam, and then he pressed play and opened the game again to see what exciting new content in the Ultra Deluxe version there might be. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Oh god, I fucking hate this. Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Oh. all right, okay. This I can get behind. I like this. I think this might be the best slider I've seen in any video game ever. It's time for me to make a dog and cat friends. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 7. Sorry, 9. I said 9. Oh god, I got too much 7 remake on my mind. Jesus Christ. You know what? I think it's time for a funny answer. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the two made-up worlds below is the most appealing to you? Ocuboinkle or Scrumtush? I feel like Scrumtush is a very easy winner here. Please don't adjust the slider. Listen, mate. Don't tell me what to do. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Let me check. Yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help. No. Will you come back to visit me? No. I'm going to see what happens if I do this again. You've closed the game. You go to Steam, and then you open it again. What time is it? You know what time it is. Wait a minute. Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game's settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And still, I don't really know you. And you don't know me. Neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm totally being honest, the clock doesn't really do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you, while you play with yourself to Genshin waifus? And maybe that's the only information I really learned about you. Well, time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Toodle pip. And now we have a new setting, which is the epilogue, which we did not have before, but we will now, as I click on it and see what we discover. This game is weird. You're not wrong about that, Bang. Not wrong about that. The epilogue. The true ending. I see. Many, many years later. Fuck. Some Outer Wilds shit. What's up, Fanwolf? There is something, all jokes aside, there is something magical about sitting around a fire. For this game? Oh, you! Get out of here. Where's the bucket when you need it? This place would be so much less lonely. If only there was a bucket to keep me company. I think that's a building I came out of. Look around. I do want to see what that is. I do want to see what that is before we continue. Is that the phone booth from Doctor Who? Am I going to find David fucking Tennant there? I'm fucking Doctor Who. America! Fuck you! Ladies and gentlemen, we have unlocked the good ending of the Stanley Parable. It was a bit close there. For a moment, we were almost cutting it a bit thin. But it looks like we found the necessary ingredient, the last missing piece of the puzzle, for the real good ending of the Stanley Parable. All you bucket deniers, all you bucket haters, fuck you. I've got the real ending now, and it's going to be right behind this doorway as soon as I walk through the thing. And I'm in the thing, and it's happening right here, right now. A bucket of comfort. Just the thing that I need for the Stanley Parable. My god, this game is dark and I'm lost. But now I'm not lost anymore, because here is the real ending of this fucking game. Sorry, like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Actually, let's give him a proper voice. Oh, jeez. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory that nobody asked for. An infinite deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines, it gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... oh, jeez. And so that was the end of Cookie Nine's blog, and we never heard the rest of that. A cat dog is born. Oh, ha! Whoops. That might have been my fault. I probably shouldn't have done that. And off we went, over here, to new and exciting possibilities. New things for the bucket. Hang on. The Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched a massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought we had a vision for the series, that players would be excited about it, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop insulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Think about that. And I've done my thinking. It's time to move on to new and exciting possibilities for this ending. To see what new things we can find in the ending of the Stanley Parable 2, the game that caused the apocalypse.
Jim, Stanley, Jim, Stanley.
They finally put it in! They put in the update! They finally did it. The mad bastards. But what have we here? Oh my god, collectibles! Oh, so many collectibles! Oh, I need more! Oh my god, I need them all! More! Maybe there's some more down here! Maybe I'll find more collectibles in the hole! Thank you for enjoying the new content. Fuck you. Unless there's something over here. Oh! Hello again. It's nice to bloody see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense! After all, the Stanley Parable is not sacred, and we don't need to protect it. Square told me that, after they ruined FF7. But anyway, screw the legacy! Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes! Let's run this franchise into the ground! Let's drag it through the mud and back! Let's remake it, this time with Kingdom Hearts multiverses, timeline-changing fake ghosts that we'll call whispers! We can even have moonwalking, and fake silly voices that sound like Morty! And if people hate it, who bloody cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn like the memory of Final Fantasy VII. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make Stanley Parable Remake. I'm sorry, Stanley Parable Part 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen, and we need to make a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy, and maybe even 3-minute dance numbers in the Honeybee Inn and Gold Saucer. You know, like Final Fantasy X-2. In fact, screw it. Let's get Final Fantasy X-2's director and make him a co-director of the remake trilogy. Yes! Now you all know where those 3-minute dance numbers came from. Oh, go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. How about, Stanley's Tiny, the Stanley Parable 3, Stanley's Tiny Scorpion Ice Poison. No, Stanley's Forbidden Space Cowboys. Forbidden, a game of the final challenge. No, the Forbidden Cowboy. Yes, that's good. That sounds rather gay. Let's go. Stay. Oh God, sorry God, I'm choking on my own correctness. Stanley Parable 3, The Forbidden Cowboy. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. It'd be like making the one game into 3 parts that take place over 8 years. Yes, and part 1 can be Midgar. Sorry, the first game. All right, and nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again, and again and again and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? Put part 1 on PS4, part 2 on PS5, and part 3 on PS6, which you know is going to happen? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Let's do it! Fuck it, let's sell out! Good, it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put your faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement. Did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. And it's been bothering me. Let's fix it. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're gonna keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself. Forever. I must keep the bloody wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. Well, there's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. And the time is 4:20 p.m. What a funny joke. Please adjust the slider onto the... Yes, you've done it. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Fuck. Let's see what happens if I begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar
I think we've
happened.
done everything we can do.
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
Piss off.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
The end is
no
never
one
the
had
end
showed
is
up to
never
give
the
him
end is
instructions, call a meeting,
end.
or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
Triskel, welcome
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Stanley realized there was more content to the game.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
And both of those things he became. He tore the bucket and then he looked for new content. A trophy room. Find the other bucket. Oh, I see what you mean. Bring this bucket to that bucket.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
That's why.
So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Huzzah! And so we are in, but we've already gone through this.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Yes.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
All right, it's time, Unity 1, as you say, to bring the bucket to the other bucket room and have them make bucket babies. It's time.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here? How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Wait.
Stanley!
No!
Oh, thank God. I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too much.
No!
I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant.
Oh, not the bucket!
I hope one day you can forgive me.
Fuck you! Give me my bucket back! No! Oh, God! Oh, the humanity! Wait! No, wait! Maybe there's... maybe a multiverse where... Maybe there's a parallel universe where there's another bucket! Nomura! I need you to do your magic! Damn it, Tetsuya Nomura, just make a multiverse where the bucket's still alive, like what you did with Eris in Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. Remember how you improved that game? Can you improve this one too, please? Oh, God, help. Oh, God. He told me to piss off. Ah.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Well, we'll just do this and get out of it. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on.
We've
I
done
wasn't
this.
finished setting up
We've
the
done this.
backstory.
Let me get out of
If you
here.
don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now
I need to skip
yourself
on.
to become Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Yay!
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. They would appreciate what I've created here.
There's more? All right, fine, I'll do it, but I want the trophy room. I feel like I pissed him off by not pressing it as much as he wants. Or pressing it too soon. Matrix dog, what's going on? Fine, I'll press it again, alright? You'll get your gem. Let's piss him off more. Fuck you.
Jim.
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says, but no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
No, you're not. No.
Jim.
No!
Jim.
Free achievement. Let's go get it right now.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
No.
Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given. As you can see,
I did it!
The machine is not working yet since...
I did it!
Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement?
Well.
The machine works. Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched?
Oh, God. Composure, composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
I did it! I solved it, see? I fixed the machine, and now I've got an achievement. Fuck you, narrator. Ha! I can do things myself. Alright, now it's time to go up the stairs.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But all right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yes. Let's have a look in here.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Boo!
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision
You can
and
do this in
integrity
seconds,
of the
Valma,
original
but it took me
game.
8 minutes to make that horrible
It possibly
2006,
will.
yeah. Blue
Suppose
screen,
it
white
could,
text
but it
video.
would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Yeah, see, we've already done this. So I have to turn off the game and start again? I will. I'm doing it. Let's open it up again. Again! And again and again and again. The Stanley Parable 4. Avoid the stapler. Drink it in, ladies and gentlemen. This is the future of gaming. Alright, guys. Alright. There's been a lot of fun, chat. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of silly goose nonsense. But I think all good things must come to an end. And playing the Stanley Parable for 7.5 hours, fun as that is, eventually, you know, you can have too much of a good thing. Yeah, you thought I made this game swage? Dude, this game is so fucking fun, man. It's a lot of fun to improv back and forth with. Everyone who has followed me through the YouTube, the Instagram, the TikTok, appreciate the hell out of y'all. Thank you very much. Thank you for enjoying the content. You're fucking awesome. And to my regulars who've known me for the longest time ever, thank you for being here. This was super fun.